Close your eyes now and let your breathing slow. Feel the weight of the day lifting from your shoulders like morning mist burning away in gentle sunlight. Tonight, we journey to a time when gods walked among mortals, when love itself could take wing and soar through starlit skies, and when a human soul could undergo a transformation so profound that even the immortals would take notice. We're traveling back to ancient Greece, to a time of marble temples and olive groves, of oracles speaking in riddles and destinies woven by unseen hands. This is a story that has been told for thousands of years, yet it remains as fresh and relevant as the day it was first whispered in firelight. It's the tale of Psyche, whose very name means soul, and Eros, the god of love himself. Theirs is a story of beauty and jealousy, of trust tested and broken, of impossible tasks and ultimate redemption. It's a story that reminds us that love demands courage, that transformation requires sacrifice, and that the human soul, when guided by devotion, can achieve the impossible. So settle deeper into comfort now. Let the world around you fade, and allow yourself to be carried, just as Psyche was carried by the gentle west wind, into a realm where the boundaries between mortal and divine grow thin, and where love itself becomes the greatest magic of all. In a time before memory, in a kingdom that has long since crumbled to dust beneath the Mediterranean sun, there lived a king and queen who were blessed with 3 daughters. The 2 eldest sisters were beautiful. There was no denying this. They had inherited their mother's graceful bearing and their father's kind eyes. Suitors came from neighboring lands to seek their hands, bringing gifts of precious metals and rare silks, and in time, both sisters married well. Their weddings were grand affairs, with celebrations that lasted for days, music that echoed through marble halls, and feasts that groaned under the weight of abundance. But it was the youngest daughter, Psyche, who possessed a beauty that transcended the merely human. Her face seemed to capture the very essence of perfection itself. Her eyes held depths that reminded one of the Aegean Sea at dawn, shifting between shades of blue and gray and green, reflecting light in ways that seemed almost otherworldly. Her hair cascaded down her back in waves of deep chestnut that caught the sun and transformed it into threads of burnished gold. When she smiled, it was as if the very air around her brightened, and when she moved through the palace gardens, she seemed to float rather than walk, her grace so natural and unaffected that it appeared effortless. Word of Psyche's extraordinary beauty began to spread beyond the kingdom's borders. At first, it was merchants who carried tales of her in their travels, speaking of her loveliness in marketplaces and port cities. Then came scholars and poets, each trying to capture in words what could scarcely be believed even when witnessed. Before long, pilgrims were arriving in ever-increasing numbers, drawn by curiosity and the all-too-human desire to gaze upon perfection made flesh. These visitors would stand in the palace courtyards, hoping for just a glimpse of the young princess. When she appeared, walking along the terraced gardens or crossing from one building to another, a hush would fall over the crowd. Some would weep openly, overcome by the beauty before them. Others would fall to their knees, pressing their foreheads to the sun-warmed stones. They brought offerings, just as one would bring offerings to a temple. Flowers woven into intricate wreaths, small vials of precious oils, carved figurines of ivory and wood, delicate jewels that caught the light. And here is where the trouble truly began. For you see, the people didn't just admire Psyche's beauty. They began to worship it. They began to whisper that surely she must be more than merely mortal. Perhaps, they said, she was Aphrodite herself walking among them in disguise. Or perhaps she was a new incarnation of the goddess, born to remind humanity of the power of beauty and love. Some even claimed that Psyche surpassed Aphrodite in loveliness, that the goddess of beauty herself had been outshone by this mortal girl. The temples of Aphrodite, which had once been filled with devotees burning incense and offering prayers, began to empty. The altars that should have been heaped with gifts stood bare. The priestesses found themselves with little to do, waiting for worshippers who no longer came. The sacred fires that should have burned continuously grew dim. And all the while, more and more people made pilgrimages to Psyche's kingdom instead, lavishing upon a mortal girl the reverence that should have been reserved for the divine. Far away, on the heights of Mount Olympus where the gods made their home among clouds and brilliant sunshine, Aphrodite noticed this shift in devotion. She noticed it with the keen awareness that comes when one's very essence is being diminished. For Aphrodite was not merely beautiful herself. She was beauty, the living embodiment of all that mortals found attractive and desirable. To have that essence challenged, to have worship diverted from her altars to those of a mortal, was not just an insult. It was a fundamental disruption of the cosmic order. Aphrodite's rage was terrible to behold. The sea from which she had been born began to churn with unprecedented violence, sending waves crashing against shores in places where the weather was otherwise calm. Sailors reported seeing strange lights dancing on the horizon. Dolphins, sacred to the goddess, beached themselves inexplicably on sandy shores. These were signs, though mortals couldn't yet read them, of divine fury building like a storm about to break. The goddess summoned her son, Eros, to her presence. Eros was no chubby infant as later artists would sometimes depict him, but a young god of breathtaking beauty in his own right, with powerful wings that could carry him across the world in moments. He was armed with a bow and arrows that held the power to make any being, mortal or immortal, fall desperately in love with the next creature they saw. These arrows were dipped in potions that caused irresistible passion, and Eros wielded this power with a sometimes mischievous, sometimes cruel enjoyment. "My son," Aphrodite said, her voice trembling with barely contained fury, "there is a mortal girl who has dared to steal what is rightfully mine. Her name is Psyche, and people are forsaking my temples to worship at the shrine of her beauty instead. This cannot stand. This insult must be answered." Her eyes flashed with dangerous light as she continued, "I want you to use your arrows, your gifts, your power. Make this girl fall hopelessly, desperately in love with the most wretched, hideous creature you can find. Let her beauty become her curse. Let her be bound to someone so vile, so contemptible, that all who worshipped her will turn away in disgust and pity." Eros agreed to his mother's request. After all, he had carried out such missions countless times before, sometimes bringing together unlikely lovers for his own amusement, other times serving his mother's vengeance. He took up his bow and his quiver of arrows and set off on wings that caught the sunlight and seemed to shimmer with iridescent beauty. But fate, which governs even gods, had other plans in store. While Aphrodite plotted her revenge and Eros prepared to execute her will, Psyche herself remained in her father's palace, growing increasingly unhappy despite her beauty, or perhaps because of it. Her two elder sisters had married and moved away to distant kingdoms where they presided over their own households, bore children, and lived lives of purpose and meaning. But Psyche, despite the endless stream of admirers who came to gaze upon her, received no marriage proposals. No young prince or noble lord dared to approach her father with an offer. The problem was simple yet profound. The very quality that drew people to worship Psyche also kept them at a distance. Her beauty was so extraordinary that it intimidated potential suitors. They felt unworthy of even speaking to her, let alone imagining themselves as her husband. She was treated not as a woman of flesh and blood, with hopes and dreams and desires of her own, but as a living statue, a breathing work of art to be admired from afar but never touched, never truly known. Psyche felt this isolation keenly. She would watch from her window as her sisters visited with their families, their children playing in the gardens, their husbands engaging in friendly conversation with her father. She longed for such companionship herself. At night, alone in her chambers, she would wonder if she was destined to spend her entire life in this golden cage of beauty, admired but never loved, worshipped but never truly known. Her parents, the king and queen, grew increasingly worried as the years passed and Psyche remained unwed. They couldn't understand it. They had been so certain that her extraordinary beauty would make her the most sought-after bride in all of Greece. Instead, she seemed cursed by the very gift that should have been her greatest blessing. In their desperation and confusion, they decided to consult the oracle at Delphi, hoping that the gods might provide guidance. The journey to Delphi was long and arduous. The royal family, accompanied by priests and attendants, traveled through mountain passes where eagles soared and the air grew thin and cold. They passed through ancient forests where trees older than any human memory reached toward the sky. Finally, they arrived at the sacred site where the Pythia, the oracle herself, sat upon her tripod above a cleft in the earth from which arose vapors said to carry divine inspiration. The temple of Apollo at Delphi was a place of tremendous power. Built of stone that seemed to glow in certain lights, its columns rose toward the heavens like prayers made solid. Inside, the air was thick with the smoke of burning laurel leaves and the heady scent of incense. The oracle, when she spoke, did so in a voice that seemed to come from depths far below the earth, a voice that resonated with authority that brooked no questioning. What the oracle told Psyche's parents filled them with horror and despair. The prophecy was dark and merciless. The maiden shall not wed a mortal man. Her husband awaits her on the mountain peak, a creature of terrible power that even the gods themselves fear. Dress her in funeral garments, escort her to the appointed place, and leave her there. This is the will of the divine, and it cannot be altered. The journey home was silent, heavy with grief. The king and queen couldn't bring themselves to speak of what they'd heard, couldn't bear to look at their beloved youngest daughter and imagine the fate that awaited her. But oracles could not be ignored. To defy the will of the gods was to invite catastrophe not just upon oneself but upon one's entire kingdom. They had no choice but to obey. The news spread through the kingdom like wildfire. The people who had so recently been celebrating Psyche's beauty now wept for her. The same crowds that had gathered to admire her now assembled to mourn. Preparations began, but instead of the joyous wedding ceremony everyone had once hoped to witness, they prepared for what amounted to a funeral procession. On the appointed day, Psyche was dressed not in the golden threads and jewels of a bride, but in garments of mourning. Black fabric, the color of death, draped her form. Her hair was left unadorned. No flowers, no jewelry, nothing that spoke of joy or celebration. She looked like a spirit already halfway to the underworld, a ghost of herself. The procession that wound its way up the mountain path was accompanied not by festive music but by the sound of weeping. Her mother could barely stand, supported on either side by attendants. Her father's face was carved from stone, showing no emotion because to show emotion would be to collapse entirely under the weight of his grief. Musicians played funeral dirges on flutes and lyres, their melodies minor and mournful. Mourners beat their breasts and tore at their hair in the traditional signs of grief. Psyche herself walked in a kind of trance. She had accepted her fate with a resignation that was almost serene. Perhaps she thought this was the price of her beauty. Perhaps the gods demanded balance, and for every extraordinary gift came an equally extraordinary curse. She comforted her parents as best she could, even as her own heart broke. "Do not weep for me," she told them. "This is my destiny, spoken by the gods themselves. To fight it would be to invite greater suffering. Let me go to meet my fate with dignity." The mountain path grew steeper and rockier as they climbed. Eventually, they reached the appointed place, a high peak where the wind whipped fiercely and clouds gathered around them like living things. There was a flat outcropping of rock, exposed to the elements, with nothing but empty air on one side and the long drop down the mountainside on the other. This was where the oracle had directed them to leave her. With final embraces and final tears, Psyche's parents and the funeral procession began their descent, leaving her alone on that desolate peak. She stood there, buffeted by winds that tangled her dark hair and pressed her mourning garments against her body. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple and deep crimson. Soon it would be dark, and she would be alone with whatever creature the gods had designated as her husband. Fear gripped her heart, but beneath that fear was something else, something almost like relief. At least this terrible waiting was over. At least now, whatever happened, she would no longer be trapped in the prison of her own beauty, worshipped but never loved. If death awaited her, so be it. At least in death, she would finally be free. She closed her eyes and waited. But death did not come. Instead, Psyche felt something strange and wonderful. A breeze, different from the harsh mountain winds, began to stir around her. It was warm and gentle, carrying with it the scent of spring flowers and sun-warmed grass. This was Zephyrus, the west wind, and he came not as a brutal force but as a tender guardian. The wind grew stronger, but not fiercer. It felt almost like invisible hands supporting her, lifting her. Psyche's feet left the rocky ground, and instead of falling, she found herself rising, floating, held aloft by this miraculous breeze. All fear left her in that moment. There was something so gentle, so caring in the way the wind bore her up that she knew, somehow, she was not being carried to her doom. She soared through the twilight air, carried by Zephyrus across valleys and over hills she couldn't see in the gathering darkness. The sensation was dreamlike, suspended between earth and sky, between what was and what was yet to be. Time seemed to lose all meaning. She might have been flying for minutes or for hours. She couldn't tell. All she knew was the sensation of movement, the rush of air, the feeling of being held by something invisible yet absolutely reliable. Finally, she felt herself descending, slowly and carefully, until her feet touched solid ground. The surface beneath her was soft, not rocky like the mountain peak. Grass, she realized, sweet-smelling grass, still warm from the day's sunshine. She stood there for a moment, getting her bearings, waiting for her eyes to adjust to the darkness. But as she looked around, she realized it wasn't completely dark at all. There was light, soft and golden, emanating from somewhere nearby. She turned toward it, and her breath caught in her throat at what she saw. Before her stood a palace unlike anything she had ever imagined, even in her wildest dreams. It seemed to materialize out of the darkness itself, or perhaps the darkness had simply hidden it until she was ready to see. The building was enormous, stretching in both directions farther than she could see in the dim light. But even in shadow, even at a distance, she could tell that this was no ordinary structure. On trembling legs, Psyche moved toward it. As she drew closer, more details emerged from the darkness. The palace walls were made of silver, polished so brilliantly that they caught and reflected the light of the emerging stars, transforming that faint celestial glow into something radiant and beautiful. The silver seemed almost liquid in its smoothness, rippling with light wherever she looked. Supporting the structure were columns of solid gold. Not gold-plated or gilded, but pure gold through and through, each one massive and perfectly proportioned. They rose from marble foundations toward a roof she could barely make out in the darkness overhead. The gold caught what little light there was and amplified it, creating a warm, welcoming glow that seemed to pulse with life. The entrance to the palace stood open, wide double doors carved from wood she couldn't identify. They were decorated with intricate inlays of precious stones. Sapphires that gleamed like captured pieces of sky, emeralds that held the green of deep forests, rubies that glowed with inner fire. The doors themselves stood at least 3 times her height, yet they hung on their hinges so perfectly balanced that they moved at the slightest touch, swinging open in complete silence. Psyche hesitated at the threshold. Every instinct told her that this place was divine, that no mortal hand could have created such beauty. And yet the doors stood open, welcoming, almost beckoning her inside. Taking a deep breath, she stepped across the threshold into the palace. The interior took her breath away. The floor beneath her feet was not simple marble or stone, but elaborate mosaic work that must have taken master craftsmen years to complete. Every inch was covered with tiny pieces of precious and semi-precious stones, arranged in patterns so intricate and detailed that they seemed to tell stories. Here was a scene of gods and goddesses at a banquet, each face distinct and lifelike. There was a forest glade with deer and rabbits hiding among the trees. Another section showed the sea in all its moods, from calm mirror-like surfaces to towering waves frozen forever in stone. The walls around her were indeed silver, but they weren't merely plain metal. They had been embossed with images of incredible artistry. Lions and eagles seemed ready to leap from the walls. Grapevines heavy with fruit wound their way along the surfaces, so realistic she almost felt she could pluck the grapes and taste their sweetness. Dolphins played in stone seas, and birds took flight across metal skies. The ceiling high above was carved from citron wood and ivory, inlaid with more gold, creating patterns that drew the eye upward and made the space feel infinite. Lamps hung on chains of wrought silver, though Psyche couldn't see any flame within them. Yet they glowed with a steady, warm light that illuminated everything without harsh shadows or dark corners. As she moved deeper into the palace, exploring one room after another, Psyche discovered that each space was more beautiful than the last. There was a great hall that could have held 1,000 people. Its walls hung with tapestries woven from threads so fine they seemed almost translucent. A library with shelves reaching to the ceiling, filled with scrolls and codices that contained, she somehow knew, all the wisdom of the ages. A music room where instruments of every kind stood ready to be played. Lyres and harps, flutes and pipes, drums and cymbals, all of them crafted with such care that they seemed to be works of art in their own right. She found bathing chambers with pools of water that steamed invitingly, though she saw no fire heating them. The pools were lined with mosaics of sea creatures that seemed to move in the rippling water. Fresh flowers floated on the surface, filling the air with perfume. Soft robes of the finest linen hung on golden hooks, waiting to be worn. There were gardens within the palace itself, open to the sky but protected from wind and storm by clever architecture. These gardens held plants and flowers from every corner of the world. Roses that bloomed in impossible colors, orchids that filled the air with intoxicating scent, fruit trees heavy with apples and pears and plums and other fruits she couldn't name. Fountains splashed musically, their water crystal clear and cool. Birds sang from the branches, though she never saw them, only heard their melodies. And through it all, as Psyche explored this impossible, beautiful place, she began to realize something extraordinary. She was not alone. She couldn't see anyone, but she could sense presences around her. Invisible servants, she gradually understood, who moved through the palace attending to every detail, anticipating every need before she could even articulate it. As she stood in the great hall, marveling at everything around her, a voice spoke from thin air. It was gentle and melodious, a woman's voice that held warmth and kindness. "Welcome, mistress," the voice said. This palace and everything within it belongs to you. We are here to serve your every wish and desire. You need only speak, and it shall be done." Psyche spun around, looking for the speaker, but saw no one. Who are you?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. "We are your servants," came the reply, and now Psyche realized there were many voices, speaking in harmony. "Do not be afraid. We cannot be seen, but we are here and we are real. This is your home now. You are safe here. You are treasured here." Another voice, this one lower and warmer, added, "You must be weary from your journey. Let us prepare a bath for you. Let us bring you food and drink. Let us show you to your chambers where you can rest." And so they did. Though Psyche never saw them, the invisible servants guided her to the bathing chambers. She found herself gently urged into the warm, perfumed water. Invisible hands washed her hair with scented oils, massaged her tired muscles, dried her with towels so soft they felt like clouds. They dressed her in a robe of silk that felt like wearing air itself, so light and comfortable it was barely noticeable. They led her to a dining chamber where a table had been set with foods that made her realize how hungry she had been. There were fruits so ripe and perfect they seemed to glow with inner light. Bread that was still warm from the oven, its crust crackling delicately when she broke it. Cheeses both mild and sharp, each one a perfect example of its kind. Wine that tasted of sunlight and summer, not harsh or bitter but smooth and warming. Honey cakes drizzled with sweetness, nuts toasted to perfection, olives that burst with flavor on her tongue. As she ate, she heard music. Somewhere in the palace, invisible musicians played instruments with such skill that the melodies seemed to wrap around her like a comforting embrace. A lyre spoke in liquid notes. A flute sang of spring mornings. A drum kept time like a heartbeat, steady and reassuring. And voices, invisible voices, sang words she couldn't quite make out, but that filled her with a peace she had never known. After the meal, the servants guided her to her bedchamber. And oh, what a chamber it was! The bed itself was enormous, draped with coverings of purple silk embroidered with golden thread. Pillows of every size lay heaped upon it, each one softer than clouds, each one scented with lavender and rose. The floor was covered with carpets so thick her feet sank into them. Windows looked out onto gardens where night-blooming flowers glowed softly in the darkness. "Rest now," the voices whispered. "You are safe. You are home. And when you wake, you will never be alone again." Psyche climbed into the bed, sinking into softness beyond description. Despite everything that had happened that day, despite the strangeness of her situation, despite the mystery of this palace and these invisible servants, she felt no fear. Instead, a profound sense of rightness settled over her. Somehow, impossibly, she knew that she had found where she truly belonged. As sleep began to claim her, one thought drifted through her mind. The oracle had said she would be wed to a creature even the gods feared. But this palace was no lair of monsters. This place was paradise. Whatever awaited her here, she realized, might not be the doom her parents had feared. It might be something else entirely, something wonderful. Psyche woke to sunlight streaming through her windows, carrying with it the scent of flowers and the sound of birdsong. For a moment, she lay still, thinking perhaps the previous day had been nothing but a vivid dream. But no, she was indeed in that magnificent bedchamber, surrounded by beauty that no dream could conjure. This was real. All of this was gloriously, impossibly real. The invisible servants attended her morning just as they had the evening before. They brought her breakfast in bed, delicacies both familiar and strange, all of them delicious. They laid out clothing for her to choose from, garments of such fine quality that each one felt like a treasure. They brushed and styled her hair, their invisible fingers somehow more skillful than any human servants had ever been. They anticipated her every need before she could voice it, creating an atmosphere of care and attention that was overwhelming in its completeness. Psyche spent her days exploring the seemingly endless expanse of the palace and its grounds. Each day brought new discoveries. A room filled with musical instruments that played themselves when she entered, creating symphonies just for her. A gallery of paintings that seemed to change each time she looked at them, showing scenes from distant lands and impossible vistas. A wardrobe that contained every kind of clothing imaginable, from simple tunics to elaborate gowns that sparkled with embedded jewels. The gardens were vast and varied. One section was devoted entirely to roses, hundreds of different varieties creating a riot of color and perfume. Another held fruit trees arranged in perfect rows, their branches heavy with produce that never rotted or fell. There were meditation gardens with reflecting pools so still they looked like sheets of polished silver. There were wild gardens where flowers grew in beautiful chaos. There were carefully manicured spaces with hedges trimmed into elaborate shapes. She had everything she could possibly want. Food appeared whenever she was hungry, always perfectly prepared, always exactly what would have pleased her most. Books materialized in the library on any subject that interested her. The weather in the gardens was always perfect, never too hot or cold, with just enough breeze to be pleasant and occasional gentle rain that fell only at night, watering the plants while she slept. And yet, despite all this luxury and wonder, Psyche was alone. She saw no one. The servants remained invisible. She had no companion, no one to share these wonders with, no one to talk to beyond brief exchanges with voices that had no faces. The loneliness she had felt in her father's palace, surrounded by people who worshipped but never knew her, began to creep back, until the night her husband came to her. It was her first night in the palace, though she hadn't known to expect him. She had fallen asleep in her magnificent bed, exhausted by the day's marvels and mysteries. She woke to a presence in her room, a sense that she was no longer alone. But the room was dark, all lamps extinguished, and she could see nothing. A voice spoke from the darkness. It was male, warm and melodious, carrying with it tones that made her heart quicken. "Do not be afraid," the voice said. "I am your husband, as decreed by the gods. This palace is ours. Everything you see is ours to share. I have watched you today, seen your wonder and your loneliness, and I understand both." Psyche's breath caught. "Who are you?" she whispered into the darkness. "That is the one question I cannot answer," the voice replied, and there was genuine sadness in it. "Not yet. For now you must trust me. You must believe that I mean you no harm. Indeed, I love you more than words can express. But there are conditions that govern us, you and I, rules that even I cannot break. You must never try to see my face. You must never bring light into this room when I am here. If you do, you will lose me forever. Can you accept this?" It should have been terrifying. A disembodied voice in darkness, making demands, imposing strange conditions. But something in Psyche recognized something in that voice. Some deep part of her soul responded to it. "I can," she heard herself say, surprised by her own certainty, and so began a pattern that would define the days and weeks that followed. During the day, Psyche was alone with her invisible servants in her magnificent palace. She explored and read and walked in the gardens. She learned to play some of the instruments in the music room, her invisible attendants patiently teaching her, though she never saw them. She discovered passions she never knew she had, talents she'd never had the chance to develop when her only purpose had been to be beautiful for others to admire. But at night, When darkness fell and all the lamps in the palace were extinguished as if by unspoken command, her husband came to her. He came always in complete darkness, and she never saw him, never even caught a glimpse. But oh, how she came to know him in other ways. She knew the sound of his voice, rich and warm, speaking to her of things both profound and mundane. He told her stories of the world beyond her palace, of distant lands and the people who inhabited them. He spoke of philosophy and art, of the nature of love and the meaning of beauty. He asked her questions too, genuinely interested in her thoughts and opinions, treating her not as a beautiful object to be admired, but as a person whose mind and heart mattered. She knew the feel of his hands, gentle and careful, holding her as if she were something precious. His touch was never demanding or rough. There was a reverence in the way he held her, a tenderness that spoke of deep regard. When they lay together in darkness, their union was not merely physical but something that touched her very soul. She had never imagined such intimacy was possible, this deep connection that transcended the merely physical. She learned his laugh, which came easily and often. He had a sense of humor that delighted her, a playfulness that made her own spirit feel lighter. They would talk late into the night, their conversations ranging from serious to silly, and she found herself happier than she had ever been. This mysterious husband in darkness knew her better than anyone in the sunlit world ever had. "Tell me about yourself," she would ask him. "Tell me about your life, your family." He would deflect gently but firmly. "My life is here with you now. The past doesn't matter. Only this matters. You and I, together in this moment. Why can't I see you?" she pressed sometimes. "What harm could it possibly do? More than you can imagine." He would reply, his voice heavy with sorrow. "There are forces at work beyond either of us. Divine commands that I cannot disobey. Please, my love, trust me. One day, perhaps, you will understand everything. But for now, this is how it must be." And Psyche did trust him. As days turned to weeks and weeks to months, her love for her mysterious husband grew deeper and richer. She no longer even felt the urge to see him. The darkness that had once seemed like a barrier became a space of pure intimacy, where vision was unnecessary because they could sense each other in ways that transcended sight. Her days became full of purpose and joy. In the mornings, she would wake alone but never lonely, because she knew that nightfall would bring her husband's return. She filled her time with activities that engaged her mind and spirit. She studied scrolls in the library, learning about history and natural philosophy. She practiced music until she could coax beautiful melodies from instruments that had once seemed impossibly complex. She tended the gardens herself sometimes, finding joy in the simple act of nurturing growing things. She discovered that the invisible servants were not just automatons following commands, but beings with their own personalities. She learned to distinguish between them by the subtle differences in their voices, to recognize which servant was particularly skilled at helping her choose clothing, which one sang most beautifully while cleaning the halls, which one had the best advice about which books in the library she might enjoy. And at night, in the sanctuary of darkness, she discovered depths of love she had never known existed. Her husband taught her that true intimacy was about far more than seeing or being seen. It was about trust and vulnerability, about sharing one's deepest self with another person. In the darkness, stripped of visual distraction, they connected in ways that went straight to the essence of who they were. "I've never been so happy," she confessed to him one night, nestled in his arms. "Everything I have ever wanted, I have here with you. I don't need anything else. I don't even need to see your face. I know you by your voice, your touch, your presence. That's enough. That's everything." He held her closer, and she could feel his relief. "I was afraid," he admitted, "that you would hate the conditions imposed on us, that you would resent the darkness, the mystery, but you've embraced it with such grace. You've taught me that love can flourish even under the strangest circumstances. Love grows where it's nurtured, she replied, and you've nurtured me. You've given me more than material luxury, though that is wonderful. You've given me intellectual companionship. You've given me respect and consideration. You've made me feel valued for who I am, not just for how I look. How could I not love you for that? They lay in comfortable silence for a while, wrapped in darkness and in each other. Then he spoke again, his voice serious. Psyche, I need to warn you about something. Your family believes you dead. They grieve for you, and your sisters particularly will, when they learn otherwise, come to visit. They will be curious about your life here, about your husband. You must be very careful. You must not let them persuade you to break our one rule. Do you understand? My sisters? Psyche sat up, surprised and delighted. They'll come here? I can see them again. If you wish it, yes. I won't keep you from your family. But please remember what I've said. They may not understand what we have. They may try to make you doubt. Promise me you'll be careful. I promise, Psyche said, but she couldn't quite keep the excitement from her voice. As much as she loved her husband and her new life, she missed her family terribly. The thought of seeing her sisters again filled her with joy. She couldn't know, as she settled back into her husband's embrace, that this decision would be the beginning of everything unraveling. She couldn't know that love and trust, no matter how deep, could still be tested beyond endurance. She couldn't know that the paradise she had found was about to be lost. For now, she was simply happy, wrapped in darkness and in love, believing that nothing could ever disturb the perfect peace she had found. She was wrong. The sisters arrived several weeks later, summoned by Zephyrus the West Wind, who bore them gently to the enchanted valley just as he had carried Psyche. They came still dressed in the dark colors of mourning, their faces drawn with grief that transformed to shock and joy when they saw Psyche alive and well, standing at the entrance to her magnificent palace. The reunion was everything Psyche had hoped for. Tears flowed freely as the three sisters embraced, their cries of happiness echoing through the marble halls. They held each other for long moments, unable to speak through their emotions, simply grateful beyond measure to be together again after believing they would never meet in this life. But once the initial joy subsided and the tears were wiped away, Psyche's sisters began to notice their surroundings. And with that notice came something darker, something that would poison what should have been a purely happy occasion. Psyche led them on a tour of the palace, unable to contain her pride and excitement. She showed them the great halls with their golden columns and silver walls. She brought them to the music room where invisible instruments played celestial melodies. She guided them through the galleries of art, the libraries filled with ancient wisdom, the bathing chambers with their steaming pools of perfumed water. She led them into the gardens where impossible flowers bloomed in eternal spring. With each new wonder, her sisters' expressions grew more complex. Amazement was there, certainly. Wonder, yes. But threading through these genuine reactions was something else entirely. Envy, bitter and corrosive. They looked at the splendor surrounding them and thought of their own palaces, which had seemed so grand but now felt shabby by comparison. They thought of their own husbands, good men certainly, but mortal men with mortal concerns and mortal limitations. The invisible servants brought delicacies for the visitors to enjoy. Food appeared as if by magic, perfectly prepared and beautifully presented. Wine of exceptional quality flowed into goblets of crystal. Everything was effortless, abundant, magnificent. Psyche's sisters ate and drank, their minds working furiously beneath forced smiles. "Sister," the eldest said carefully, after they had finished their meal and settled in a comfortable sitting room. "This is all very impressive, but tell us, who is your husband? Where does such wealth come from? How did you come to be here when we left you on that mountain to die?" Psyche's smile faltered slightly. She had known this question would come, but she had hoped to delay it. "My husband is... he's wonderful," she said, choosing her words carefully. "He's kind and intelligent, and he loves me very much." "But what does he look like?" pressed the younger sister. "Is he as handsome as all this wealth would suggest? Surely such a magnificent home belongs to a prince among men, or perhaps a king. Tell us about him." Psyche hesitated. She had promised her husband not to discuss the conditions of their relationship, but she also desperately wanted to share her happiness with her sisters. He's young and handsome," she improvised quickly. "He spends his days hunting in the mountains. That's why he's not here now. He's out pursuing game." It was a lie, and not a particularly good one, but it was the best she could manage on the spot. Her sisters seemed to accept it, though something in their eyes suggested they didn't entirely believe her. The visit continued pleasantly enough on the surface. They walked more through the gardens. They watched as the invisible servants prepared chambers for them to rest in. They marveled at the luxury of it all. But Psyche could sense something had shifted in how they looked at her. There was a calculation in their glances, a sharpness in their questions. When it came time for them to leave, gifts materialized for them to take home. Jewels that would have bankrupted kingdoms, bolts of fabric woven from threads of gold and silver, perfumes that captured the essence of the rarest flowers. Zephyrus came to carry them home, and as Psyche bid them farewell, she felt a vague unease she couldn't quite name. Her sisters returned to their own homes and their own lives, but they could not stop thinking about what they had seen. At night, lying beside their mortal husbands, they burned with jealousy. Their own lives, which had seemed perfectly fine before, now felt inadequate. Their own palaces felt drab. Their own servants seemed clumsy. And most of all, they resented that Psyche, the youngest, had somehow achieved such incredible fortune. "It isn't fair," the eldest sister said to the younger one during a private meeting they arranged. "We are the older sisters. We should have had the greater fortunes. But instead, our baby sister lives in a palace that rivals Olympus itself, attended by invisible servants, married to what must be a god. How is this justice?" "Perhaps it isn't a god," the younger sister said slowly, a plan forming in her mind. "Think about it. Why does she never see her husband? Why does he only come to her in darkness? What if the oracle was right? What if he truly is some kind of monster, and this palace is just a beautiful trap?" The idea took root in both their minds, fed by envy and watered by resentment. By the time they arranged their next visit to Psyche's palace, they had convinced themselves they were actually trying to help their sister, to save her from a terrible fate she was too naive to recognize. When they returned, their demeanor had changed. They were less openly admiring, more questioning. Over a meal prepared by the invisible servants, they began their campaign to plant doubt in Psyche's mind. "Sister," the eldest began, with false concern coloring her voice, "we've been worried about you since our last visit. We kept thinking about what you told us about your husband, and something about it doesn't add up." "What do you mean?" Psyche asked, immediately defensive. "Last time you said he was young and handsome, a hunter," the younger sister continued. "But this time you mentioned he was often away on business, traveling to distant lands. Which is it? And why all the secrecy? Why haven't we met him?" Psyche flushed, caught in her contradictory lies. I was mistaken before. I'm sorry, I was confused." Her sisters exchanged meaningful glances. Confused? Or are you not being told the truth yourself? The eldest leaned forward, her voice dropping to a concerned whisper. Psyche, think about it. You've never seen your husband's face. He only comes to you in total darkness. He forbids you to look at him. Why would any normal man demand such a thing? The oracle said you would be married to a creature even the gods fear, the younger sister added. What if that prophecy was true? What if this creature, this monster, has enchanted you, made this beautiful prison to keep you docile while he fattens you up, perhaps, for some terrible purpose? That's ridiculous, Psyche protested, but her voice lacked conviction. Hearing her own situation described in such stark terms made it sound absurd, sinister even. Why hadn't she questioned more? Why had she simply accepted this bizarre arrangement? Is it ridiculous? Pressed the eldest. Think about it. What kind of husband refuses to let his wife see him? What is he hiding? The most likely explanation is that he is hiding something truly terrible. A monstrous appearance. A hideous form. Maybe he is a serpent, as the oracle suggested. Maybe he is something even worse. You don't know him like I do, Psyche said desperately. You haven't heard him speak, haven't felt his touch. He's kind and loving and gentle. Serpents can be gentle too, the younger sister said darkly. Right up until they strike. And think, sister, why would this creature need to be so careful, so secretive, unless he knew that if you saw his true form, you would flee in horror? You need to see him, the eldest declared with finality. For your own safety, you need to know the truth of what you've married. Tonight, when he comes to you, hide an oil lamp nearby. Keep a knife close at hand. When he's asleep, light the lamp and look at him. If we're wrong and he's truly the handsome man you believe him to be, then no harm is done. But if we're right, if he is indeed some kind of monster, then you can defend yourself. You can cut off his head before he has a chance to harm you. Psyche wanted to refuse. Every instinct told her that her sisters were wrong, that they were motivated by jealousy rather than genuine concern. But they had planted seeds of doubt that grew rapidly in the darkness of her own uncertainty. Why did her husband refuse to show himself? What was he hiding? The oracle had spoken of a monster. What if, despite all evidence to the contrary, the oracle had been right? That night, after her sisters had departed with more rich gifts and false tears of concern, Psyche prepared to betray the one rule her husband had given her. She hid a small oil lamp behind a chest in her bedchamber. She placed a sharp knife beneath her pillow, its blade catching what little light came through the window. Her hands shook as she made these preparations, and her heart ached with the weight of what she was about to do. When night fell and her husband came to her room, she tried to act normally, but he sensed immediately that something was wrong. "What troubles you, my love?" he asked, concern evident in his voice. "You seem tense, distant." "It's nothing," she lied. "Just thinking about my sister's visit. I'm happy they came. I'm glad you enjoyed seeing them," he replied, though there was hesitation in his voice. They didn't say anything to upset you, did they?" "No, of course not," Psyche lied again. Each falsehood felt like a betrayal, but she couldn't seem to stop herself. "Everything is fine." They talked for a while longer, but the easy intimacy they usually shared was disrupted by Psyche's internal turmoil. Eventually, he held her close and they lay together in the darkness. After a time, his breathing grew deep and regular. He had fallen asleep, trusting and vulnerable beside her. Psyche lay awake, her heart pounding so loudly she was certain it would wake him. This was the moment. She could either trust her love and let him sleep, or she could give in to doubt and discover whatever truth her sisters were so convinced she needed to know. Her hand moved almost of its own accord, reaching out from beneath the covers to find the lamp she had hidden. Her fingers closed around it, the knife under her pillow pressed against her through the fabric. One decisive moment and everything would change. She didn't know how right she was. Psyche slid carefully from the bed, moving with agonizing slowness to avoid waking her sleeping husband. The darkness in the room was complete, an absolute void that made every movement uncertain. She had to rely on memory and touch to navigate to where she'd hidden the lamp. Her heart hammered against her ribs so forcefully she could feel it in her throat, in her fingertips, in her very bones. When her hand finally found the lamp, her fingers were trembling so badly she nearly dropped it. She had placed a small tinderbox beside it earlier, and now she fumbled with the flint and steel, trying desperately to keep her movements quiet. Each scrape of the striker against the flint seemed impossibly loud in the silence. Surely he would wake. Surely he would stop her before she could complete this terrible betrayal. But he didn't stir. Finally, a spark caught. The wick sputtered, then bloomed into a small, steady flame. The light it cast was warm and golden, pushing back the darkness that had been both sanctuary and prison. Psyche's hand shook as she raised the lamp, turning toward the bed where her husband lay sleeping. What she saw stopped her breath in her chest and made the lamp waver dangerously in her grasp. He was beautiful, not beautiful in the way mortal men could be beautiful, but with a beauty that transcended human limitations entirely. His face was perfection itself, each feature sculpted with divine precision. High cheekbones that caught the lamplight and seemed to glow from within. A straight nose, lips that were full and perfectly shaped, a strong jaw softened slightly by youth. His skin was flawless, smooth as polished marble but warm with life. His hair was the color of gold mixed with sunlight, falling in soft waves around his face. But it was his wings that truly revealed his nature. They rose from his shoulders, massive and glorious, each feather gleaming white in the lamplight. These were not mortal appendages but divine ones, powerful enough to carry him across the world in moments, beautiful enough to make angels weep with envy. Even folded in sleep, they dominated the space, a visible manifestation of his divinity. The knife dropped from Psyche's nerveless fingers, hitting the floor with a clatter that sounded like thunder in the silence. This was no monster. This was Eros himself, the god of love, son of Aphrodite, one of the most powerful deities on Olympus. And she had doubted him. She had suspected him. She had been moments away from attempting to murder him in his sleep. Horror and shame washed over her in equal measure. How could she have been so foolish? How could she have listened to her jealous sisters instead of trusting in the love she knew was real? She had let envy and doubt poison the most perfect thing in her life. As these thoughts tumbled through her mind, her hand must have moved without her realizing it, tilting the lamp slightly. A single drop of hot oil fell from its reservoir, dropping through the air in slow motion, falling inevitably toward Eros's sleeping face. It struck his shoulder, and the pain woke him instantly. His eyes opened, and for one brief moment, Psyche saw in them the love he bore for her, the trust he had placed in her, the joy he had found in their union. And then, as comprehension dawned, she watched that love transform into something far more terrible. Hurt, betrayal, and a grief so profound it seemed to fill the entire room. "Oh, Psyche," he whispered, his voice breaking. "Oh, my foolish, faithless love, what have you done?" He sat up, his hand moving to the burn on his shoulder, but his eyes never left her face. In his gaze, she saw the magnitude of her betrayal reflected back at her. She had broken the one rule, violated the one condition, destroyed the one thing he had asked of her. "I'm sorry," she gasped out, tears already streaming down her face. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. My sisters, they said you might be a monster, and I just wanted to be sure. And now I see you're not, you're beautiful, you're a god. And I love you, please forgive me. Your sisters, he said bitterly, rising from the bed. His wings unfurled fully now, filling the room with their span. Yes, I warned you about them, didn't I? I told you they would try to poison your mind against me, but you listened to them anyway. You doubted me. You doubted us. I didn't mean to doubt, Psyche pleaded. I just wanted to see you, to know you fully. What harm is there in that? We love each other. Why should we live in darkness? What harm? Eros's voice rose, pain turning to anger. I will tell you what harm. I disobeyed my mother to be with you. Do you understand what that means? Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, commanded me to make you fall in love with the vilest creature on earth as punishment for your beauty rivaling hers. Instead, I fell in love with you myself. I defied her direct order. I kept you hidden here, in this palace I created for you, hoping that if she never found out, we could be together. That eventually, I could persuade her to accept you, to bless our union. He moved toward the window, his back to her now. The darkness was not to hide something terrible from you. It was to hide you from her. As long as you remained ignorant of my true identity, as long as our love remained secret and mysterious, we had a chance. But now you know who I am. Now you've seen me, and that means she will find out. Divine secrets cannot be kept once they're spoken aloud, once they're brought into the light. Then we'll face her together, Psyche said desperately, moving toward him. We'll tell her we love each other. How can she deny the power of love? Isn't she the goddess of it? Eros laughed, but there was no humor in it. You don't know my mother. Love to her is about power and control and divine right. She will not accept a mortal as her son's wife. She will not forgive this defiance. And she will make you suffer for it. He turned back to face her, and the pain in his eyes nearly broke her heart. I loved you, he said softly. I love you still, gods help me. I loved you enough to risk everything, to defy my own mother, to create this entire world just for us. And you couldn't trust me. You couldn't believe in what we had. You had to see, had to know, had to break the one simple rule I gave you. Please, Psyche sobbed, reaching for him. Please don't leave me. I'll do anything. I'll face any punishment. Just don't leave me. But Eros stepped back from her touch, his wings spreading wide. Love cannot exist without trust, he said, his voice hollow with grief. You taught me that tonight. I asked so little of you. Darkness and faith, that's all I required. And you couldn't give me even that. He moved to the window, preparing to fly. Psyche rushed forward, trying to catch him, trying to hold him back. Her fingers grasped at his ankle as he launched himself into the night. But her grip was too weak, her mortal strength insufficient to hold a god. She held on for just a moment, felt the rush of wind as he rose into the air, and then her fingers slipped and she was falling, tumbling out of the window after him. She expected to die. Expected the impact with the ground far below to end everything, to be her punishment for this terrible betrayal. But even in his anger and hurt, Eros couldn't let her fall to her death. She felt the wind catch her, cushion her, lower her gently to the grass below the palace. She lay there in the soft grass, looking up at the sky where Eros had vanished into the star-filled darkness. And as she lay there, she felt the palace beginning to fade around her. The golden columns grew dim. The silver walls lost their luster. The light in the windows flickered and died. Her paradise was disappearing, withdrawing, leaving her alone in an empty meadow under an indifferent sky. The last thing she heard before the palace vanished entirely was the sound of her own weeping, echoing in the sudden terrible silence. Dawn found Psyche lying in the grass where she had fallen, the palace completely gone as if it had never existed. In its place was nothing but a meadow of wildflowers, beautiful in its own right but painfully ordinary after the marvels she had known. She pulled herself to her feet, her body aching, her heart shattered, and looked around at the unfamiliar landscape. She had no idea where she was or which direction would lead her home, but the thought of going home filled her with dread. How could she face her parents after everything that had happened? How could she explain that she had been living in paradise and had thrown it away through her own faithlessness? No, she couldn't go home. She had no home now. There was only one thing left to do. She had to find Eros and beg his forgiveness. She had to make this right somehow, no matter what it cost her. So she began to walk, choosing a direction at random, her bare feet soon cut and bleeding from the rocky ground. She had been so pampered in the palace, so carefully tended, that she had almost forgotten what it meant to suffer physically. Now every step was a reminder of what she had lost. Days blurred together. She walked through forests where the trees seemed to close in around her. She crossed streams where the water was icy cold and swift. She climbed hills that left her gasping for breath. At night, she slept wherever she could find shelter, in caves or under overhanging rocks, always cold, always alone. She ate whatever she could find. Berries that might have been poisonous, roots that tasted of earth, nuts that were bitter but filling. She came to cities and towns, asking everyone she met if they had seen a young man with wings. Most thought she was mad and turned away. Some took pity on her and gave her food or old clothing to replace her tattered garments. A few tried to harm her, seeing a vulnerable woman alone, but somehow she always managed to escape, driven by desperation and the memory of love lost. In one village, she came upon a temple to Aphrodite. The goddess's statue stood in the center, beautiful and cold, painted eyes seeming to follow Psyche as she entered. She approached the altar, her legs trembling so badly she could barely stand. "Great goddess," she whispered, "I know I have wronged you. I know I have caused offense through my beauty, and now I have defied you by loving your son. But please, I beg you, tell me where Eros is. Let me see him one more time. Let me apologize. I'll accept any punishment you decree, but please, don't keep me from him forever." The statue remained silent and still, but Psyche felt a presence in the temple, cold and furious. The air itself seemed to crackle with divine anger. And then, shockingly, the goddess appeared in person, materializing before the altar in all her terrible beauty. Aphrodite was beyond lovely, but it was a beauty that inspired fear rather than admiration. Her eyes blazed with fury, and when she spoke, her voice was like ice given sound. "You dare to come to my temple? You dare to invoke my name? You who have stolen worship that was rightfully mine. You who seduced my son and kept him from his duties." "I didn't seduce anyone," Psyche protested weakly. "He came to me. He chose me." "Silence!" Aphrodite's shout shook the very foundations of the temple. "My son lies wounded, burned by your carelessness, nursing a broken heart in my palace on Olympus. He came to me in tears, confessing what he had done, begging forgiveness for defying me. And it is all your fault. Your beauty, your faithlessness, your weakness." She circled Psyche like a predator circling wounded prey. "You want to win back my son's love? You want to prove yourself worthy of him? Very well. I will give you tasks to perform. Labors that will test whether you have the strength, the wit, and the determination to deserve a god's affection. But I warn you, these tasks are impossible for a mere mortal. You will fail, and in failing, you will prove that you were never worthy of him in the first place. "I'll do anything," Psyche said, straightening her spine despite her fear. "Whatever you ask, I'll attempt it. I won't fail." Aphrodite's smile was cruel and mocking. "We shall see." The first task seemed simple enough when Aphrodite first described it, though the goddess's smile suggested otherwise. She led Psyche to a vast storehouse attached to her temple, and when the doors were thrown open, Psyche's heart sank. Inside was a mountain of grain and seeds, piled higher than 3 men standing on each other's shoulders. But it wasn't just one type of grain. No, Aphrodite had mixed together wheat and barley, millet and poppy seeds, chickpeas and lentils, beans and vetch, and a dozen other varieties into one enormous, chaotic heap. "Sort them," Aphrodite commanded. "Every seed separated from every other kind, arranged in neat piles by type. And you must finish before nightfall, or you will be punished for your failure." With those words, the goddess departed, leaving Psyche alone with this impossible task. Psyche stared at the mountain of seeds, and despair threatened to overwhelm her. How could any person, working alone, sort such an enormous quantity before sunset? It would take weeks, months, even working day and night without rest. It was truly impossible. She sat down on the floor and put her face in her hands, trying not to cry. She had promised herself she would be strong, that she would face whatever challenges Aphrodite set before her. But this was designed to make her fail from the very start. As she sat there in her misery, she felt something tiny crawling on her hand. She looked down and saw an ant, its small body barely the size of a grain of wheat. Then she saw another ant and another. They were emerging from a crack in the wall, an entire colony of them, marching toward her in orderly lines. One ant, slightly larger than the others and moving with clear authority, climbed up her arm and somehow made itself understood. "We have seen your tears," it seemed to say, though whether she heard actual words or simply understood its meaning, she couldn't say. "We know your sorrow. We know the injustice of this task. You showed kindness in that palace, even when you couldn't see those who served you. You spoke gently to invisible servants, treated them with respect. We remember. We will help you." And help they did. The ants swarmed over the enormous pile of grain, each one picking up a single seed and carrying it to the appropriate pile. They worked with incredible efficiency, moving in coordinated waves, never pausing, never resting. Hundreds of ants became thousands, and the thousands became tens of thousands, until the entire storehouse seemed to be moving with their organized activity. Psyche watched in amazement as the impossible task became possible through the labor of these tiny creatures. They sorted wheat from barley, lentils from beans, poppy seeds from millet, working with a speed and precision no human could match. As the sun moved across the sky, the chaotic mountain diminished while neat, organized piles grew in orderly rows. By the time the sun touched the western horizon, the task was complete. Every single seed had been sorted and arranged. The storehouse that had been chaos was now perfect order. The ants disappeared back into their crack in the wall, leaving Psyche alone with her accomplishment. When Aphrodite returned and saw what had been done, her face twisted with fury. "You had help," she hissed. "You must have had help. No mortal could accomplish this alone." "Does it matter?" Psyche asked quietly. "You said to sort them. They're sorted." The goddess's eyes blazed, but she couldn't deny the evidence before her. "Very well," she said through gritted teeth. "You've passed the first task, but the second will not be so easy. I promise you that." The next morning, Aphrodite brought Psyche to a river that ran swift and cold from mountain springs. On the far bank, in a meadow bathed in golden sunlight, grazed a flock of sheep unlike any Psyche had ever seen. Their fleece was literally golden, catching the light and seeming to glow with inner fire. But even from a distance, Psyche could sense danger from them. "Those are the sheep of the sun," Aphrodite explained with false sweetness. "Their fleece is made of actual gold, woven by sunlight itself. Bring me a sample of their wool. Just a handful will do. Surely such a simple task is well within your capabilities." But the simple task was anything but simple. As Psyche approached the riverbank, she could hear the sheep. They weren't making gentle bleating sounds like normal sheep. They were snarling and fighting among themselves, their eyes wild with rage. These were not docile creatures but ferocious beasts, made mad by the fire of the sun itself. Their horns could gore, their hooves could crush. Anyone who tried to approach them would be torn apart. Psyche stood at the water's edge, trying to figure out how she could possibly accomplish this task without being killed. And as she stood there, she heard a voice speaking from the reeds that grew along the riverbank. "Do not attempt to approach them now," the reeds whispered, their voice soft as rustling leaves. "During the heat of the day, the sheep are driven mad by the sun's fire. They fight and rage and would destroy any who came near. But wait until the afternoon shadows grow long and the heat begins to fade. Then the sheep will calm and seek shelter to sleep away the evening. And when they do, you can gather wool from the bushes and brambles where they have been passing. You need not touch the sheep themselves. Just collect what they have left behind." Psyche followed this advice, settling down to wait through the hottest part of the day. And true to the reed's words, as the sun began its descent and shadows lengthened across the meadow, the golden sheep's fury diminished. They stopped fighting and wandered toward the shade of trees on the far side of the meadow, settling down to rest. Only then did Psyche cross the river and move carefully through the places where the sheep had been. And everywhere she looked, she found tufts of golden fleece caught on thorns and branches, snagged on rough bark and tangled in long grass. She gathered these carefully until she had a handful of the precious material. It was warm to the touch and seemed to pulse with captured sunlight, but it was safely acquired without approaching the dangerous animals themselves. When she presented this to Aphrodite, the goddess's fury was even greater than before. "Again you've had help," she accused. "Someone is aiding you in these tasks, but it won't matter. Your third task will require more than clever advice. It will require you to risk your very life." The third task took Psyche to the base of a tremendous mountain, one of the tallest peaks in the region. At its summit, Aphrodite explained, was a spring that fed the river Styx itself, the boundary between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. The water cascaded down from impossible heights, falling in a torrent so fierce that spray rose like mist around it. "Fill this flask with water from that spring," Aphrodite commanded, handing Psyche a small crystal vessel. "It must come directly from the source, not from any lower point in the falls." Psyche began to climb. The path was treacherous, barely more than a goat track on the steep mountainside. Rocks crumbled beneath her feet, and more than once she nearly fell. As she climbed higher, the air grew thinner and colder. Her lungs burned with each breath, and her legs trembled with exhaustion. Finally, she reached a point where she could see the spring itself, high above on a sheer cliff face. There was no way to climb up to it. The rock was smooth and vertical, offering no handholds. And even if she could somehow scale it, the falls themselves were guarded by dragons, their serpentine forms coiled around the rocks, their eyes gleaming with predatory intelligence. Psyche collapsed on a narrow ledge, defeated. This truly was impossible. No mortal could scale such a cliff, past such guardians, to reach that spring. She had come so far, accomplished so much, only to fail now when she was so close. As she sat there in despair, a shadow fell over her. She looked up and saw a magnificent eagle circling above, its wingspan so vast it momentarily blocked out the sun. The great bird descended, landing on the ledge beside her with surprising grace. "I know who you are," the eagle said, for of course it could speak. It was no ordinary bird but a messenger of Zeus himself. "I know what you attempt and why, and I see in you a spirit worthy of respect. Give me your flask. I will fill it for you." Before Psyche could protest or even thank the creature, the eagle snatched the crystal vessel in its talons and launched itself upward. It soared past the dragons, which didn't dare attack a bird sacred to the king of the gods. It reached the spring at the cliff summit, dipped the flask beneath the sacred waters, and returned with the prize. When Psyche presented the filled flask to Aphrodite, the goddess actually screamed in frustration. "This is impossible. How are you accomplishing these tasks? What power aids you?" "Perhaps," Psyche said quietly, "the same power that brought your son and me together in the first place. Perhaps love itself is helping me." "Love?" Aphrodite spat the word like a curse. "Very well. Since you speak of love, let us see if love can save you from your final task. This one will take you to a place even love cannot penetrate. This one will take you to the land of the dead itself." For the fourth and final task, Aphrodite's cruelty reached new heights. She produced a small golden box, ornate and beautiful, sealed with dark wax. "You must take this box to the underworld," the goddess commanded. "Find Persephone, queen of the dead, and ask her to place a small portion of her beauty inside this box. Tell her it is for me, as I have worn myself out caring for my wounded son and require some of her immortal radiance to restore myself." Psyche stared at the goddess in horror. "The underworld? You want me to descend to the realm of the dead? No living person can make that journey and return." "Exactly," Aphrodite said with a cold smile. "This task is impossible, as I always intended. But you've had help with your previous tasks, haven't you? So perhaps you'll find help with this one as well. Or perhaps you'll simply die in the attempt, which would also solve my problem nicely." Psyche took the box with trembling hands. She had faced impossible challenges before, but this was different. This was a journey to the land from which no traveler returns. This was death itself she was being asked to confront. She left Aphrodite's temple and walked until she found herself at the edge of a town. In the center of the town square stood an old tower, tall and ancient, its stones weathered by countless years. She looked up at it and thought, "At least I could control this. If I must go to the underworld, I can get there quickly by throwing myself from the top of this tower. At least then it would be by my own choice, not slowly and painfully." She began to climb the winding stairs inside the tower. As she climbed, she made peace with her decision. She had tried and failed. She had lost Eros through her own faithlessness, and now she would lose her life attempting to win him back. There was a tragic poetry to it that seemed almost fitting. But as she reached the top of the tower and stood on its highest rampart, looking down at the ground far below, a voice spoke. "Do not jump, Psyche." She spun around, looking for the speaker, but saw no one. The voice seemed to come from the tower itself, from the ancient stones that had witnessed so much over the centuries. "Who's there?" she called out. "I am the spirit of this place," the voice replied. "I have stood here for generations, watching humans struggle with despair. And I can see that yours is a special case. You attempt suicide not from hopelessness but from a desire to serve love. That is different. That deserves a different response. How can you help me?" Psyche asked. "The task is impossible. I must go to the underworld and return, and no living person can do that." "It is difficult," the voice agreed, "but not impossible. Listen carefully. and I will tell you how it can be done." And the tower proceeded to give Psyche detailed instructions. In the mountains of Sparta, it told her there was a place called Tinarum, where a hidden cave led down to the underworld itself. This was one of the few places where the living could enter the realm of the dead without dying first. But the journey would be perilous. She would need to bring 2 coins to pay Sharon, the ferryman who transported souls across the river Styx. 1 coin for the journey down and 1 for the journey back. She must keep the coins in her mouth, not in her hands, so they wouldn't be lost or stolen. She would also need to bring 2 pieces of barley cake soaked in honey. In the underworld, she would encounter a lame donkey driver whose donkey was loaded with sticks. The driver would ask her to help gather the sticks that had fallen. She must refuse, no matter how pitiful he seemed, or she would be delayed and never complete her journey. She would cross the river Styx in Charon's boat, and she must give him 1 of her coins but not let him take it from her hand. She must drop it in the boat so he would have to bend to pick it up, keeping her hands free. On the far bank, she would encounter a dead man floating in the water, reaching out and begging for help getting into the boat. She must refuse, no matter how much pity she felt, or she would be trapped in the underworld forever. Further in, she would meet 3 women weaving on an ancient loom, and they would ask for her help with their work. She must refuse, saying nothing, continuing on her way. And most dangerously, the entrance to Persephone's palace was guarded by Cerberus, the 3-headed dog. When she approached, she must throw him 1 of her honey cakes to distract him. He would devour it while she slipped past. When she reached Persephone and made her request, the goddess would likely offer her a comfortable seat and a fine meal. She must refuse both. She must not sit in the chairs of the dead, must not eat the food of the underworld, or she would never be able to leave. Instead, she should sit on the ground and eat only simple bread, speaking her request humbly. On her way back, she would need to throw Cerberus the 2nd honey cake and pay Sharon her 2nd coin. And most importantly, the tower warned, she must under no circumstances open the box that Persephone would give her. No matter how curious she became, no matter what temptation arose, she must keep the box sealed until she delivered it to Aphrodite. Psyche listened to all this carefully, committing every detail to memory. When the tower finished speaking, she thanked it and descended, feeling renewed purpose. This was dangerous, certainly, perhaps impossible still, but at least she had a path forward, a chance however slim. She gathered the items she needed, 2 small coins, 2 honey cakes, and provisions for the long journey to Sparta. Then she set off, walking for days until she reached the mountains and found the cave the tower had described. The entrance was dark and foreboding, descending steeply into the earth. Cold air flowed up from the depths, carrying with it the smell of stone and water and something else, something that spoke of endings and absence. Psyche took a deep breath, placed the coins carefully in her mouth beneath her tongue, tucked the honey cakes securely in her garment, and began her descent. The path wound down and down, growing darker with every step. Eventually, even the faint light from the entrance behind her faded completely, and she had to feel her way along the stone walls. The air grew colder, and she could hear the sound of water somewhere below, the echo suggesting vast underground spaces. As the tower had predicted, she encountered the lame donkey driver, his donkey laden with sticks, several of which had fallen. "Please," he called to her, "help me gather these. I'm old and bent and can barely walk." Every instinct told her to help him, but she remembered the tower's warning and walked on without a word, though it pained her heart to ignore someone in need. She reached the river Styx, its black waters flowing silently through the depths. Sharon stood in his boat, a skeletal figure wrapped in ragged robes, his face hidden in shadow. She approached the bank and he pulled his boat close. Without speaking, she leaned over and let one of the coins drop from her mouth into the boat. It clinked against the wooden planks. Sharon bent to retrieve it, and while he was thus occupied, Psyche stepped carefully into the boat. As they crossed the dark river, she saw the dead man the tower had mentioned, floating in the water, reaching out with desperate hands. "Please," he called, "pull me into the boat. Please don't leave me here." It took every ounce of willpower Psyche possessed to look away, to refuse his plea. But she did, staring straight ahead as Sharon pulled them across to the far shore. Beyond the river, she found the three women weaving. They looked up as she approached. "Sister," they called, "come help us with our work. We're so tired, and there's so much yet to do." Psyche kept walking, her jaw clenched, refusing to look at them or acknowledge their request. And then, ahead in the darkness, she heard the growling. Three voices growling, low and menacing, echoing off the stone walls. Cerberus. She pulled out one of her honey cakes and held it ready. The three-headed dog materialized from the shadows, each head snarling, showing teeth like daggers. But when Psyche threw the honey cake, all three heads lunged for it simultaneously, fighting over the treat. While they were thus distracted, she ran past, her heart pounding, praying she wouldn't feel those terrible jaws closing on her. Ahead, light began to glow, cold and ghostly, illuminating a palace of such dark beauty it took her breath away. This was Persephone's domain, carved from the living rock itself, decorated with crystals that caught the strange light and transformed it into something almost, but not quite, like natural illumination. Persephone herself sat on a throne of black stone, beautiful in a way that suggested mortality frozen forever at its peak. She watched as Psyche approached, and something like sympathy flickered in her ageless eyes. "I know why you're here," the goddess said. "Aphrodite's spite reaches even to this dark place. Very well, I will grant what she requests." She gestured to a comfortable chair, cushioned and inviting. "Please sit, rest from your long journey." "Thank you, but no," Psyche replied, remembering the tower's warning. Instead, she lowered herself to the cold stone floor. Persephone smiled slightly, as if this response pleased her. "Will you take some food? Some wine? You must be hungry." "I have my own bread, thank you," Psyche said, pulling out the simple crust she had brought. The goddess's smile widened. "You have been well instructed." "Very well." She took the golden box and disappeared into another chamber. When she returned, the box was sealed with fresh black wax. "Give this to Aphrodite with my regards, and know that I honor your courage. Few living souls have walked this path and survived." Psyche took the box gratefully, thanked the goddess, and began her return journey. She threw Cerberus her second honey cake, paid Sharon her second coin, ignored the pleas for help that she encountered, and finally, after what felt like an eternity, emerged from the cave into blessed sunlight. She stood there for a moment, breathing the sweet air of the living world, hardly able to believe she had succeeded. She had descended to the realm of the dead and returned. She had obtained what Aphrodite demanded. She was so close now to completing all her tasks and perhaps, finally winning back Eros's love. But as she held the box, turning it over in her hands, a thought began to grow in her mind. A dangerous, tempting thought. What if she opened it? Persephone's beauty, the box supposedly contained. A small portion of the goddess's radiance. Psyche thought about how haggard she must look after all her ordeals. She thought about facing Eros again, if she ever got the chance, looking worn and tired and aged by suffering. What if she used just a tiny bit of Persephone's beauty on herself? Just enough to restore herself to how she had looked before all this began? Surely Aphrodite wouldn't notice if a small amount was missing. And surely Eros would be more likely to forgive her if she looked beautiful again rather than bedraggled and exhausted. Her hands moved almost of their own accord, breaking the seal, lifting the lid of the box. There was no beauty inside. There was only darkness, deep and complete, the darkness of death itself. It flowed out of the box like smoke, invisible yet substantial, and when it touched Psyche, it pulled her down into a sleep so profound it was indistinguishable from death. She fell to the ground, the open box tumbling from her hands, her eyes closing, her breathing slowing to almost nothing. The darkness wrapped around her like a shroud, and she knew nothing more. Up on Mount Olympus, in Aphrodite's palace where he had been confined since his injury, Eros felt a sudden jolt of pain that had nothing to do with his wounded shoulder. It was a pain that struck directly at his heart, a sensation of loss so profound it drove him to his feet despite his mother's commands to rest. He knew, somehow, that Psyche was in mortal danger. The time of his confinement was over. His shoulder had healed, and though his heart still ached with the betrayal, that pain was nothing compared to the fear of losing her entirely. Love, he had discovered, did not die simply because trust was broken. Love persisted, stubborn and unyielding, even when reason said it should end. He spread his wings and flew from his mother's palace, ignoring her shouts of fury behind him. He flew with desperate speed, following an instinct he couldn't name but trusted absolutely. It led him down from Olympus, across the mortal world, to a mountainside in Sparta where he found her. She lay on the ground, still as death, her face peaceful but terrible in its stillness. The opened box lay beside her, its dark magic already dispersed but its effect lingering. Eros landed beside her and gathered her into his arms, his heart breaking all over again. "Oh, my foolish, curious love," he whispered, tears falling onto her pale cheeks. "Even now, even after everything, you couldn't resist, could you?" But he loved her for that curiosity, for that insatiable need to know and understand. It was part of who she was, this brave, flawed, beautiful mortal who had stolen his heart so completely. He reached up and pulled one of his arrows from his quiver, not one of the love arrows but a different kind, one that carried the essence of awakening and renewal. He pricked her with it gently and spoke a single word, "Wake!" The death sleep's grip loosened. Color returned to her face. Her breathing deepened. Her eyelids fluttered and opened, and she found herself looking up into the face she had last seen by lamplight, the face she had betrayed and lost. "Eros," she whispered, hardly daring to believe he was real. "You impossible woman," he said, but there was laughter in his voice alongside the tears. "You couldn't follow one simple instruction, could you? Not about seeing my face, not about leaving the box sealed. Do you have any idea how thoroughly you've complicated my life?" "I'm sorry," she said, the tears coming now. "I'm so sorry for everything. I know I don't deserve forgiveness. I know I broke your trust. But please believe that I love you. I've loved you from the beginning, and I've never stopped. And I will love you until the day I truly die." He held her closer. "I know," he said softly. "I know you love me, and I know I should be angry with you still. But I can't be. I've been miserable without you. I've been half alive at best. And when I felt you slipping away just now, when I thought I might truly lose you forever, I realized that I would rather have you, flawed and faithless and curious as you are, than live without you for another moment." "But your mother," Psyche started to say. "Let me worry about my mother," Eros said firmly. "I am a god, and it's time I acted like one rather than like an obedient child. Come, we're going to Olympus." He gathered her in his arms, sealed the box that had caused so much trouble, and took flight. They rose into the sky, higher and higher, until the mortal world fell away beneath them and they entered the realm of the gods. Olympus was everything Psyche had imagined and more. Palaces of white marble gleamed in eternal sunshine. Gardens bloomed with flowers no mortal eye had ever seen. The air itself seemed to shimmer with divine power. Eros carried her directly to the greatest palace of all, the throne room of Zeus himself. The king of the gods sat upon his throne, massive and imposing, his eyes holding the wisdom of ages and the power of storms. Around him stood the assembled deities. Hera beside him, Athena with her owl, Poseidon with the scent of the sea still clinging to him, and more gods and goddesses than Psyche could count. And there, her face twisted with fury, stood Aphrodite. "Father Zeus," Eros said, his voice ringing with authority that surprised even himself, "I come before you and the assembled gods to make a petition. This mortal woman, Psyche, has endured trials that would have broken most immortals. She has faced impossible tasks and completed them all. She has descended to the underworld itself and returned. She has proven her worth, her courage, and her love. I ask that you grant her immortality so that she may stand beside me as my equal, as my wife, for all eternity." "This is outrageous," Aphrodite burst out. "She is immortal. She defied me. She stole my son. I will not allow." "Enough," Zeus said, and the single word carried such power that even Aphrodite fell silent. The king of the gods studied Psyche for a long moment, his gaze seeming to pierce through to her very soul. "You have suffered greatly," he said finally. "For love you have endured what few mortals could. For love you have faced death itself and returned. Aphrodite, your son chose well, though he chose unwisely at first. This woman has proven herself through ordeal and suffering. Who are we to stand in the way of such devotion?" He gestured, and a cup materialized in his hand. It was filled with liquid that glowed with golden light, ambrosia, the drink of immortality. "Drink," Zeus commanded, offering the cup to Psyche. "Drink and become one of us. Drink and join your husband in eternal life." Psyche's hands trembled as she took the cup. She looked at Eros, who nodded encouragingly. Then she raised it to her lips and drank. The ambrosia was sweet beyond description, warm as sunlight, filling her with power and light. She could feel it transforming her from within, rewriting her mortal nature into something divine. When the transformation was complete, she no longer felt the aches and pains of her journey. Her weariness vanished, replaced by vitality that seemed infinite. And most wonderfully, from her back emerged wings, beautiful and powerful, matching Eros's own. "It is done," Zeus declared. "Let no god or goddess speak against this union. Eros and Psyche are wed in the sight of all Olympus, and their marriage is blessed by divine decree." Even Aphrodite, faced with Zeus's direct order, could not protest further. She looked at her son and his new wife, and perhaps, just perhaps, the smallest hint of acceptance flickered in her eyes. The celebration that followed was legendary even by divine standards. Apollo played his lyre, creating music so beautiful it moved even the most cynical gods to tears. Dionysus brought wine that flowed like rivers. The muses sang of love eternal. The Graces danced, their movements perfect and joyous. All the gods and goddesses of Olympus joined in the festivities, celebrating not just a wedding but the triumph of love over adversity, of devotion over doubt, of persistence over impossibility. Eros and Psyche stood at the center of it all, hand in hand, finally able to look at each other fully, completely, without darkness or secrets between them. He was beautiful and she was beautiful, but more importantly, they saw each other. They knew each other. They loved each other, not despite their flaws, but with full knowledge of them. I never imagined happiness like this was possible, Psyche whispered to her husband as they danced beneath stars that seemed to have arranged themselves in celebration. Neither did I, Eros replied. I thought I understood love, thought I could define and control it, but you taught me that love is bigger than any god's comprehension. It demands courage and faith and forgiveness. It requires us to be vulnerable and strong at the same time. I betrayed your trust, Psyche said, still feeling the weight of that moment. And I forgave you, Eros said simply, because love that can't survive mistakes isn't love at all. It's just infatuation. What we have is deeper. It's tested and proven. It's real. And so our story comes to an end, though like all the greatest love stories, it's really a beginning. For Eros and Psyche, their trials were over, but their eternal life together was just beginning. For us, their story remains, a reminder that love is never simple but always worthwhile, that trust once broken can be rebuilt, that the human soul is capable of more than we imagine, and that when we are guided by love, even impossible tasks become achievable. Let it remind you that we all have tasks that seem impossible, betrayals that feel unforgivable, losses that seem permanent. But like Psyche, we have within us reserves of courage and devotion we don't know we possess until they're tested. And like Eros, we have the capacity to forgive, to see beyond the moment of hurt to the larger truth of love. Sleep now, peaceful and content, knowing that the story of the soul and love will continue to unfold in countless lives, in countless ways, for as long as humans draw breath and dream of connection that transcends the ordinary. If you enjoyed this journey through mythology, remember to like this video and subscribe to History Sleep Stories. We're here with you, night after night, bringing you tales from the ancient world that still speak to us today. Sweet dreams, and may love guide you always.